So again, we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. So just take a few minutes to feel that our speech and the speech of all sentient beings have been completely purified. And now we visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara this brilliant blue-green light pouring into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. And as we know, the mind is the creator of all things. If we think and engage in acts that are positive, then happiness follows. If we engage in negative acts and hurtful, mean, angry, hateful acts, or out of attachment and desire, it simply results in suffering. So we really have to pay an attention to our minds, develop the awareness of what is coming up and the alertness of whether this is virtue or not. And if not, then how we transform it into virtue. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all the eons of negativity that we may have created, including anger and heresy towards our gurus, all the difficulties and problems that we may have caused inadvertently or deliberately. We confess it, and Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this blue-green light which completely purifies our minds of all these negativities and fills us with this blissful blue-green light. So let's recite another round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. And now we visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara again, pours out these zillions and trillions of Avalokiteshvaras into each one of our crown, completely transforming our mind, body, and speech into that of Avalokiteshvara. And we are actually transformed into Avalokiteshvara. And this is possible because we each have the Buddha nature within us. And it is possible through training and that we can transform this into the mind of Guru Avalokiteshvara. Avalokiteshvara himself was an ordinary being, and it was through his efforts and through his practice that he was able to transform his mind, body, and speech. And so now we visualize that all of us, including our beautiful planet Earth, gets transformed into this beautiful celestial mansion where all the sentient beings are living together in peace and harmony. So let's do a final round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani pe me ho. Om mani pe me ho. So just take a few minutes to feel that this visualization has actually happened, and we have all been completely purified and transformed into avatars, and our beautiful planet Earth has been transformed into a celestial mansion where all sentient beings are living together in good health, harmony, and much peace and happiness. But now we realize that this has just been a visualization, and the reality is that the pandemic is still going around in another form and with another variant, leaving a very unpredictable and uncertain future, and with a lot of social, economic uncertainty and tension and anxiety, and a lot of struggles in different parts of the world. So we make the determination that out of our bodhicitta, we will do whatever is necessary in order to attain Buddhahood, to benefit each and every sentient being. And we'll start by reciting this prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo together. So please, you can see the screen. So we'll do the prayer and we'll recite the prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with good health, long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occurring in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now, as Venerable Picchogla had mentioned, His Holiness has recommended that we do Tara prayers. So again, we will visualize, if you can see, this beautiful blue Tara, but blue-green Tara, and sitting in front of us on a lotus and moon cushion, looking at us with great love and compassion, her right leg extended, ready to step out the moment we need help, and both her hands holding this beautiful Utpala flower, which is very rare and precious and grows high in the mountains, indicating the preciousness of this practice. So as we recite the mantra, we can again visualize white light coming out from Guru Aritara into each one of our hearts, completely purifying us of all negativities and all obstacles, and eradicating this pandemic and all the social, economic, natural, and man-made disasters, so that we can all live in peace and harmony together. So I'll just start by reciting her the 4-line praise. O my prostrate to the goddess who destroy, liberating Lady Tara, homage to Tara, savior is heroine, with Tara dispelling all fears, granting all benefits to Ture. To her with sound Suha I bow. And now we'll do one mala round of Om Tare Tutare Ture Suha, and we'll start by singing it together and then reciting it softly and visualizing that all the negativities for all sentient beings in all the universes and the 6 realms are completely purified. Om Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Now you can choose either to keep the visualization of both Guru Avalokiteshvara and Guru Aritara in front of you, or you can now at this point visualize them coming to your head and the lotus and moon cushion dissolving into them, and then slowly dissolving into your heart and dissolving into your heart level so that you become one with the mind of Guru Avalokiteshvara and Guru Aryatara. You can feel that peaceful, blissful sense, and with that state, now you can go ahead and do whatever else you have to do the rest of the day. But before we do that, let's finish with dedications. Changchu Semchu Rinpoche, Make Panan Kekuchi, Kepanampa Mepa Yang, Gome Gongdu Pelwarjo. Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetween. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Navicular's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grants and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the Roman Jewishry who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond, the victorious ones the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. And finally, we end with the short, long life prayers of both His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. The incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Tukshul Changzeng Jam Gon Gyalwe, Tenzing Kyom Pelwe Kunzo Do Pose, Chosum Purwe Le Mundudru, Pada Sodu Je Gondu Shapten Shu. So thank you everyone for joining me. And thank you again to the Chenrezig team and to Venerable Damcho for hosting us every Saturday. And I now turn it over to Venerable Christina Costa.
Okay, thank you so much.
Where are you?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing well. Where are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I keep up.
You keep up.
Yeah.
Come stai? Come stai?
Come sto bene. Okay, where are you? In India? Are you in India?
I'm in India. I'm in Mumbai. And are you in Pamaya?
No. I live, it is 15 years that I live in Hermitage on a mountain.
Okay.
Very isolated. Very isolated. Okay.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Ciao, enjoy you
Ciao,
too.
ciao.
Allora, cominciamo questa sessione in italiano. Come diciamo sempre al sabato, quando almeno lo dico io, il punto fondamentale è praticare per dissolvere il conflitto. la pandemia è una malattia, siamo d'accordo, e le malattie sono tutte in qualche modo un conflitto, sono tutte un conflitto tra la volontà vitale della persona e elementi che sono di ostacolo e che appunto si scontrano con la volontà vitale e la volontà di benessere della persona. Questo succede sempre in qualunque malattia. In particolare questa pandemia ha messo in rilievo come da un conflitto di tipo fisico si possa giungere a un conflitto psicologico tra noi e anche a un conflitto tra noi e altri. È per questo che noi pratichiamo, è per dissolvere questo che noi pratichiamo. Il conflitto è l'origine del samsara, è una discrepanza tra ciò che è verità, cioè la mancanza di esistenza intrinseca, e la realtà dell'originazione interdipendente, questo è dal lato della verità, e le nostre proiezioni. Questa dissonanza tra la verità e le nostre proiezioni crea il samsara, crea la nostra sofferenza, crea la nostra incapacità di essere di beneficio a noi e agli altri, l'incapacità di comunicare, tutto ciò che non corrisponde alla verità convenzionale e alla verità ultima dei fenomeni crea il samsara. Allora noi adesso pratichiamo per dissolvere questo aspetto particolare della discrepanza tra la verità e le nostre proiezioni, che si manifesta come conflitto, ok? Come conflitto proprio anche sociale, chi pensa in un modo, chi pensa in un altro, chi odia questo, chi odia quello, perché siamo tutti spaventati, allora ci si butta nell'odio. Questo è un modo molto primitivo di affrontare le proprie paure, i propri problemi, e come minimo noi pratichiamo per dissolvere questo, ok? Allora, la cosa principale è che siamo sicuri, dobbiamo esserlo, se vogliamo dissolvere un conflitto, se vogliamo abbandonare il samsara, siamo sicuri che c'è chi l'ha già fatto, c'è chi ha dissolto tutti i conflitti, c'è chi ha abbandonato il samsara e quindi ci può dare benedizioni, istruzioni, come si può dire, sostegno. Questi sono gli infiniti esseri illuminati che sono intorno a noi, anche se noi non li vediamo, perché fa parte della nostra proiezione oscurata non renderci conto di chi non ha i nostri stessi limiti, non li vediamo. Se non hanno i nostri stessi limiti, non li vediamo e non li capiamo, è difficile che avvertiamo la loro esistenza. Ma sappiamo una cosa però, che chi ha ottenuto la perfetta liberazione da ogni sofferenza e l'onniscienza che permette di aiutare tutti gli esseri, l'ha ottenuta sulla base della stessa natura della mente che è in noi, la natura della mente che è dal lato in cui si manifesta chiara e conoscitrice, e dal lato della sua verità ultima priva di esistenza intrinseca. Sulla base di questa natura della mente, primordialmente pura, primordialmente libera da qualunque macchia che comunque abbiamo prodotto. Cioè noi produciamo macchie, se io adesso picchio il mio gatto, produco nel mio continuum mentale la macchia di aver fatto del male a un essere, ma questa macchia non si fonde con la natura della mia mente. La macchia di Hitler di aver ordinato l'annientamento di milioni di ebrei, non si è intrisa con la natura della sua mente. Hitler diventerà un Buddha in qualche vita, non si sa quando, chi lo sa, proprio chi lo sa. Però così la natura della nostra mente è fondamentalmente pura, fondamentalmente in grado di svilupparsi fino a riconoscere distintamente la sua stessa purezza. Questo è il risveglio, ok? La natura della mente di essere così è la nostra natura ed è la natura della mente di tutti coloro che hanno già ottenuto il risveglio. Per questo prendiamo rifugio, tra virgolette. Questo è un termine, prendere rifugio, che significa fondamentalmente riconoscere le qualità degli esseri illuminati in noi. Ok, adesso cominciamo, se no, se non la smetto di parlare non si fa la sessione. Adesso vi metto in condivisione. No, ho messo in condivisione il testo sbagliato, cioè è utile ma dopo. Spero che ce l'abbiate adesso, quello giusto. Ok. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali allo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali allo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali allo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Visualizziamo intorno a noi appunto tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti. Per comodità li visualizziamo in forma umana, altrimenti ci perdiamo nella visualizzazione. Sono di così tanti tipi gli esseri senzienti, gli animali, gli insetti, gli spiriti, gli esseri, le divinità mondane, gli esseri degli inferni, gli spiriti famelici, tutto dovuto al proprio karma, ok? Però adesso li visualizziamo come esseri umani. Immaginiamo che sono questa marea davanti a noi, al lato destro, al lato sinistro, dietro. Tutti questi esseri senzienti, tutti prendono rifugio in Buddha, Dharma e Sangha. Perché tutti? Perché questa è una verità? Perché tutti vogliono, compresi noi, liberarsi dalla sofferenza e tutti cercano chi li aiuta a liberarsi dalla sofferenza. Quindi è proprio verità che tutti prendono rifugio in Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, in vari modi, in vari tempi, con varie ricerche. Anche noi che crediamo di essere buddisti, non è mica detto che prendiamo rifugio meglio di chi non è buddista o chi è ateo, o che dipende dalla chiarezza della nostra motivazione. Ok? Allora, ricordiamoci tutti questi esseri senzienti intorno a noi. Ora, sempre con tutti questi esseri senzienti intorno a noi, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Bene, abbiamo un pochino parlato, data la mezz'ora, cioè dato il poco tempo a disposizione, abbiamo parlato abbastanza della chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, che è il nostro rifugio vero e proprio. Quando prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha è perché riconosciamo nell'essere illuminato la chiarezza vuota della mente, il Dharmakaya, il corpo di verità Dharmakaya vuol dire corpo di verità. E adesso approfondiamo un altro aspetto di questa seconda frase del rifugio, il rifugio nella divinità meditativa. Divinità meditativa è una rappresentazione delle qualità illuminate del Buddha rispetto a un suo lato specifico. Per esempio, ora stiamo per fare la pratica del Buddha della compassione, che è un lato della mente illuminata del Buddha. Ce ne sono altri infiniti lati, sempre per il beneficio degli esseri. Per adesso pratichiamo il Buddha della compassione. È una compassione efficace, vittoriosa, felice, splendente, non una compassione gnecca che pensa, oh, poverini come stanno male, ma io non li posso aiutare. È una compassione che ha successo. Noi prendiamo rifugio in questo aspetto della compassione, rappresentato da una figura bianca in forma umana, la compassione di tutti i Buddha, quindi non è un essere, ok? La compassione in forma di un essere luminoso che ci guarda con grandissimo compiacimento, con grande gioia, con grande amore. Il Buddha è Buddha solo per aiutare gli altri, altrimenti non avrebbe motivo di essere Buddha, non ci sarebbe motivo, è già nella dimensione della sfera dell'assorbimento completo nella vacuità. Che bisogno ha di altro? Si manifesta come altro per aiutare noi, quindi è la sua gioia che noi cerchiamo il suo aiuto. Guarda noi e tutti gli altri infiniti esseri senzienti che ci circondano con grande amore, soddisfazione e intimità. Siamo tutti suoi figli. Bene, dai pori del suo corpo si emanano raggi di luce che entrano nel corpo di tutti noi, purificandoci da tutti i difetti mentali, dal karma negativo, da tutto ciò che ci ostacola dall'ottenere noi stessi liberazione e risveglio totale, completo, illuminazione. E questa luce ci dona anche tutte le qualità positive per praticare molto velocemente il sentiero e ottenere questo stato. Quindi per rafforzare la nostra connessione, che tramite visualizzazione e tramite concetti finora l'abbiamo fatta, questa connessione l'abbiamo attivata, per rafforzarla recitiamo anche il mantra del Buddha della compassione, Om Mani Padme Hum. Prima a voce alta e poi un po' a voce bassa per recitarlo più velocemente. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Bene, ora ancora più velocemente, perché appunto il tempo è poco, continuiamo la pratica di rifugio nella divinità meditativa, usando però la rappresentazione di tutte le attività illuminate, tutte insieme, tutte le attività illuminate degli esseri risvegliati. Questa rappresentazione è espressa nella nostra tradizione buddista di scuola tibetana nella forma di Tara. Tara rappresenta le attività illuminate di pacificazione, le attività illuminate, ovviamente capite bene che la pacificazione è indispensabile per risolvere i conflitti e percorrere fino in fondo il sentiero, le attività di accrescimento che ci permettono di sviluppare le qualità per approfondire sia la pacificazione che la pratica del sentiero, le attività di potere, bisogna avere potere rispetto alla forza delle oscurazioni, dobbiamo avere potere per soggiogarle in noi stessi e negli altri. Attività di distruzione. Le attività di distruzione non sono distruttive verso gli esseri, sono distruttive verso l'aspetto più profondo delle nostre oscurazioni. Tutto ciò è rappresentato dalla figura di Tara, verde, sempre nello spazio di fronte a noi, sospesa a 2 metri di distanza, all'altezza della nostra fronte. Anche lei è estremamente felice che facciamo la pratica di connessione con lei. Anche lei dai pori del suo corpo emana raggi di tutti i colori che entrano nel nostro corpo e ci purificano e ci danno tutto ciò che qualunque tipo di attività illuminata dei Buddha ci possa dare. Om tare ture soha. Om tare ture soha. Om tare ture soha. Om tare ture soha. Tare ture soha. Om tare ture soha. Ok, in questi 20 minuti abbiamo avuto l'incredibile fortuna di fare una pratica di presa di rifugio nella Dharmakaya della nostra mente, in Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, nelle 2 divinità meditative di incredibile beneficio che sono Avalokitesvara, Buddha della compassione vittoriosa, e Tara, Buddha di tutte le attività illuminate. Tara la veloce, cioè non solo ci aiuta, ma ci aiuta in modo estremamente veloce. Abbiamo avuto questa incredibile fortuna, la stragrande maggioranza degli esseri nel mondo non ce l'ha questa fortuna, quindi dobbiamo gioirne. Gioirne significa metterla a disposizione di tutti, la gioia si comunica, la gioia si diffonde molto velocemente, molto potentemente. Quindi ora facciamo un minuto di meditazione rallegrandoci, gioendo o gioiendo, non si sa, di questi 20 minuti di pratica che abbiamo fatto. Un minuto solo, ma con cuore molto sincero. Siamo estremamente felici di quello che è successo. Ok. Gioire potenzia l'accumulo dei meriti. Metti che abbiamo accumulato 5 miliardi di meriti con i primi 20 minuti di meditazione. Gioiendo o gioendo, non si scoprirà mai. Per essi, invece di 20 miliardi, diventano 20.000 miliardi o qualcosa del genere. Le cifre le sto inventando, però è per far capire. Gioire è il modo di accumulare meriti. Gioire delle virtù altrui, delle azioni positive altrui, è come gioire delle proprie. Attenzione. Ok, adesso dedichiamo con questa preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, che era un grande meditatore che l'aveva composta per guarire da un'epidemia i monaci di un monastero tibetano di scuola Sakya, per questo si dice preghiera Sakya. Non è Sakya, erano i monaci malati che erano Sakya, ma appunto praticando questa recitazione i monaci erano guariti. Quindi noi, per guarire la pandemia e tutte le sue conseguenze oscurate, recitiamo questa stessa dedica. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte non appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora facciamo le dediche generali che sono essenziali, indispensabili per ogni pratica, perché noi non abbiamo ancora realizzazioni, perlomeno io non ce le ho, quindi facciamo la pratica in rapporto alle mie qualità. Non abbiamo ancora realizzazioni e quindi subito finita la pratica, anche se l'abbiamo fatta con mente pura, emerge immediatamente una mente di autocompiacimento mondano e questo oscura la purezza del karma positivo. Rimane positivo, ma darà un risultato mondano che a noi non interessa. Risultato mondano, cioè per esempio più amici. Io conosco una persona che ha tantissimi amici ed è molto infelice lo stesso. Non ci interessa questo, a noi interessa ottenere la perfetta beatitudine dell'illuminazione. Allora, per questo correggiamo la tendenza all'autocompiacimento mondano di aver fatto la pratica usando le dediche perfette. Possa la preziosa supremamente dell'illuminazione che non è ancora sorta sorgere, quella già sorta possa non declinare ma accrescersi sempre più. Importantissimo per realizzare la vacuità, samsara e nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, eppure causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per riconoscere il significato di questa affermazione di Nagarjuna, cioè che queste due verità, che samsara e nirvana mancano di anche un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca e che causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono comunque infallibili, queste due verità sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai maestri perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara. Tante altre bellissime non le possiamo fare, ma troppa roba bellissima in mezz'ora non ci sta, però quelle essenziali le abbiamo fatte. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di due manifestazioni illuminate che ci sono in questo mondo in carne ed ossa in questo momento per essere di beneficio a tantissima gente, tantissimi esseri senzienti. Ce ne sono molte manifestazioni illuminate nel mondo, ma adesso dedichiamo per la lunga vita di quelle con cui la maggior parte di noi in questa pratica maratona dei monaci e monache dell'FPMT con cui la maggior parte di noi ha più connessione, però ripeto, ce ne sono moltissime manifestazioni dei Buddha nel mondo. Recitando per la lunga vita di queste due, recitiamo anche per la lunga vita di tutte le altre manifestazioni. Tu, per il Dalai Lama, tu che sei il gioiello che concede tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi, questo è per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi gioielli, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok? Fatto, grazie a tutti. Venerable Thupten Choki, have a good
grazie.
practice. Thank
Come
you.
stas? Muy
Bene,
bien.
cara. Hi.
Hi. Okay, so here we are coming back here to Australia. Thank you to our Spanish brothers sisters. And here in Australia, actually in Western Australia, already in the east is already nighttime, but the sun is coming down. So coming towards the end of our Saturday. And I thought to set the motivation with calling the Guru from afar and holding in mind that it's due to the instructions, of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche that we engage in this prayerathon to contribute to the healing of the world from this pandemic. And that's given us such amazing opportunity, mind-blowing way and beyond, you know, to be able to connect all my, you know, I and my brothers, sisters, or our monks and nuns of the FPMT, to be able to connect all around the world, you know, each week in a very profound and meaningful way. So, Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. Magnificently glorious Guru, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Magnificently glorious Guru, revealing the path of liberation. Magnificently glorious Guru, liberating from the waters of samsara. Magnificently glorious Guru, eliminating the diseases of the 5 poisons. Magnificently glorious Guru, the wish-granting jewel, I beseech you, please bless me. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to remember impermanence and death from my heart. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to generate the thought of no need in my mind. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to abide one-pointedly in practice in isolated places. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to not have any hindrances to my practice. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to realize without error the view of the fundamental nature of reality. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me so that all bad conditions appear as a support. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to accomplish effortlessly the 2 works of self and others. Please bless me now quickly. Please bless me quickly, very quickly. Please bless me on this very cushion. Please bless me in this very session. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. So just like in this prayer, you know, we're following in the footsteps of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, of engaging in this practice, following, you know, this holy being, the great Mahasiddhi, who had attained so many realizations, actually even said to be a Buddha at that time in Tibet, and a manifestation of Buddha, so that able to pacify the epidemic decimating the Sakya monastery there at the time. And like this, you know, we see this coronavirus over the past 2 years and all the different permutations and mutations and so forth, taking so many different guises, many forms, our collective karma, but also our collective opportunity to generate coronavirus, the virus of great compassion, spreading in the world. You know, earlier today, I was listening to His Holiness the Dalai Lama with the Taiwanese brother, sister, Dharma friends, and His Holiness, you know, emphasizing again and again, whether religion or not, you know, as human beings, you know, love and compassion. Of course, all religions teach that, but also even without religion, that we know that this is what benefits our own physical, mental, emotional well-being, you know, and helps us, you know, those who, of course, you know, each and every single one of us. So why wouldn't we do this lifetime? But also, you know, those of us at least, you know, aspiring to follow in the paths of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, to be able to have this be a cause for the generation of realizations in our own lives. So we can think like that as we engage in this practice. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. So we can visualize all our kind mother sentient beings around us, every atom of space, and particularly the human beings engaging in this practice with us, whether they've passed away, whether they're currently alive. You know, we can visualize them all around, you know, up, down, behind, every single direction. And that we are all together taking refuge in the Buddha Dharma Sangha, inseparable from our own precious gurus, our own precious spiritual guides in the world. We can think of those in whichever way we wish. You know. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here, recognize our own Buddha nature, our Buddha potential, our own conventional clear light mind being the basis to attain that most sublime Dharmakaya truth body of the Buddha, which is not a body, but is this very, laser-like, omniscient, omnipresence, exalted wisdom mind that is totally knows every single sentient being's suffering, how to guide them, and so forth, infallible. So here, resting our mind in that great spacious clear light, which is the most powerful mind we can access. And thus to empower our practice with the wisdom, and then the power coming along with that, and then with the compassion, so that we have the wisdom and compassion, the two wings of a bird, and like that, we can soar to Buddhahood, following in the footsteps of all our precious gurus, all the great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the past, present, future. And out of this compassion, the action, not bearing to see the suffering in the world, particularly the suffering of this pandemic and everything related to that suffering. Here in Western Australia, we've just announced we're keeping a strict border closed to our Queensland friends and my brothers, sisters in Chenrezig Institute. There was a moment of freedom. Well, that opportunity is closed again for a little while. But all of us around the world, subject to whichever, restrictions or so forth in relation to this. Of course, the Buddha would say, well, we're all imprisoned in our own minds, so may we be free of that. And generate in our hearts all those who passed away, all those who are sick and in hospital, those who are in anxiety and fear and grief and confusion and loss and depression. I was listening to another one with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, courage and compassion in times of crisis, with the Mind and Life Institute, and the numbers going up, particularly of young people with depression and anxiety and suicidal ideation. It's just very disheartening. And one could fall into a pit of despair, but instead we can rise into a mind of compassion for all that suffering. So visualize above their crown. Maybe there are some who are dear to you, who are particularly suffering or so forth, holding them in your heart and mind. But also every other human being, every other animal being, every other being that exists, all our neuroses, all our physical, mental ailments that give rise to such things as this pandemic, may we be free of that. So visualizing above their crown, an emanation of infinite altruistic compassion, such as the Buddha Chenrezig, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, regarded as Buddha Chenrezig in the world. Or it might be, like I was reading, how Holy Mind, Silent Mind, Holy Mind, Lama Yeshe, with the emanation showing, if you're Christian, Jesus Christ, and visualizing like that, or whoever has meaning is that, you know, I grew up as a Catholic, and, you know, the bleeding heart of Jesus and that sort of compassion in the world. So we can think like that. Above the crown, the nature of light. And as we recite this mantra of infinite compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, the jewel in the lotus, the compassion in the wisdom and the unification of those Hum. So if we can recite that together and feel that vibration of that mantra, and the healing energy comes down in the crown, cooling, soothing all the fires of the disturbing emotions and, you know, like toxic poisons to our system, that they be pacified, ourselves and all the other beings around us equally. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So really feel that vibration of that power, that energy of the mantra, the sort of positive vibrations in your own body, mind, resonating in space, and that of each and every other sentient being around you, and that this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion you visualized above their crown and your crown, equally, simultaneously, dissolves into an orb of light, cooling, soothing, healing energy that just soaks like rain, soaking into your whole body mind continuum, soaking into your heart chakra at the center of your chest. And those of you familiar with Arya Chenrezig, you know, the 1,000 eyes, 1,000 arms, 1,000 eyes of, you know, seeing where there's suffering, the wisdom aspect, and then the arms coming to help, wisdom and compassion, and the jewel at the heart, which is our own compassion mind, so we can feel that heart connection with each other, every atom of space, and that we engage in this practice for each other, with each other, compassionately, distanced, socially connected, spiritually connected, heart connection, heart to heart resuscitation of each other, giving each other hope and strength and power. As we recite this prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and vibhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. So we can pause with each verse and just reflect on the meaning, let that sink into our own heart, into our own mind, and have meaning and stability. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So here, of course, we pray often the long life, good health, and well-being of our precious gurus, such as His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I was reading the last few days, His Holiness mentioning that maybe when, now 87-year-old, but when coming 90-year-old will actually, consult with the seniors to decide if it's beneficial to, continue to have Dalai Lamas in the world. Of course, His Holiness Dalai Lama, the mind stream of that holy being, there before the Dalai Lamas, there after the Dalai Lamas, it will be in the world, but in whatever way is most beneficial. So we are blessed that so far His Holiness Dalai Lama, long life, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, long life, we continue to receive their teachings, even without being able to travel, any one of us, very far, then having so much teachings online. And as we were having Tara Puja earlier and saying, you get a front row seat too, right there, in front of the precious Guru. How amazing, amazing. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. I think I was going to say 444, but then you read in the Guru Purja says 404. Of course, the Buddha mentioned 84,000 afflictions and so forth, but 84,000 antidotes. So we have the precious teachings. So it's possible. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, each and every one of us, all our brothers, sisters, monks, nuns of International Mahayana Institute, all our precious teachers, gurus, all of us engaging in whichever path to benefit the world, be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, so urgently needed in the world. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then I'll turn to the final Lam dedication prayer to more extensively dedicate. We can think about all the prayers and practices all of us have engaged in today, everybody engaging in this prayerathon, those leading sessions, those listening on, participating online, those on the other side, or the multimedia team helping out, and absolutely everybody involved. And then all our merits since beginningless time. From my two types of merits vast as space, that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become a chief leading Buddha for all those whose mind's wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in your loving compassion for all lives Manjushri. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and may I please all the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means, drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear the darkness from the minds of all beings with the points of the path as I have discerned them. May I uphold the Buddha's teachings for a very long time. With my heart going out with great compassion in whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread, or once spread have declined, may I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time. By even this graded path to enlightenment completed due to the wondrous virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons, may all human and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be parted in all their lives from the purest path praised by the Buddhas. Whenever someone makes effort to act in accordance with the tenfold Mahayana virtuous practices, may they always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperity spread everywhere. So then we can also offer the long life prayers for our precious gurus to remain, to teach us, to guide us. Jikten tam dipende mahalupa gang le zhongwei sampe yi no kadrin songmei ten xin ya zula so wa de so puje lo so. So it was a long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and then for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu so shang shen chang gun gyao wei ten zin gam pao e kon zo ru po e zi chu som ko wei le ma chu jo pa da so du she gu lu ja ti so. Then we most powerfully seal our merits with emptiness, whatever understanding of emptiness we have, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is merely labeled by the mind, attain the state of Lama Tsongkhapa's full enlightenment, which is dependent on many causes and conditions, and lead all sentient beings who are dependent arising to that state which exists in me now. By myself alone, there's a total hallucination that my mind has made up. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samanta Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond Buddhas of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa, shine resplendent forever. Okay, so night fell in that last half hour, as they say. We now go from darkness of this side of the world over to the light right over there in New York. Venerable Palyang, so lovely to see you.
Yes, what a lovely surprise. Venerable Chucky, yes.
Yeah, we're at a different time of day now, but we're still together.
Yes, it's really, yeah. So here, I will just share that in the States now, Jado Rinpoche is teaching every day.
Wow.
Yeah,
I tuned into one teaching. I got, because I'm in completely different time zone, but I did get one teaching, very precious. How amazing. Yeah, every day.
Right.
Wow.
Well, for you, it might be very early in the morning because
yes.
Right. But he just did a Chenrezig empowerment, and
wow.
He's going to be teaching, remembering the text, remembering, recognizing our mother, that beautiful text, and many, just on and on and on. And we have a wonderful translator at Land of Medicine Buddha is Venerable Steve Collier.
Oh, brilliant. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. How amazing.
So
how beautiful. I'm rejoicing. Yes.
Thank you so much. And how are things with you and with the center?
Very well. I've moved to Western Australia, so I'm in the Centre, Hayagriva Buddhist Centre in Perth, in Western Australia. So, so my new venture, go west, Rinpoche said. So I'm very west. I'm as west as I can get and still be here.
Oh, how beautiful. And how long have you been there?
Coming up now nearly 2 months.
Nearly 2 months.
Yeah. And so it's all new for me and for them.
Well,
but wonderful.
I hope I will get to see the Hayagriva Center at some point. Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, may it be so. All
Okay.
right. So thank you
All
very,
right,
very
over to you.
much. Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all who may be on the line, and so grateful for the assistance of the Chenrezig Institute in making this possible, that we have these beautiful online teachings for 24 hours. So I am Tenzin Payan. I am, as we were just saying, I am very gratefully in New York City, where I have been at the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche for some years, managing the care for my 90-plus-year-old parents, who at this point have both passed. And my dad at 95, good end of life at home, and my mom just a year ago at 97, also a very precious end of life at home. And may we all be so open to seeing the wisdom that is available, the Buddha nature that is available from all sentient beings, but particularly those who are at different stages of life or who look different by way of culture or ethnicity or ableness or whatever. May we be open to the great bodhicitta of seeing the Buddha nature that is everywhere to be found, including in ourselves. So tomorrow, I will just share that tomorrow is there's a special ritual that's done at the cemetery on behalf of my mother, and people will gather, and there will be a rabbi there, and it's a beautiful, just the way there are numbers in Buddhism, there are numbers in other faith traditions too, and the numbers at the time of a year are very precious, to just put markers, just the way we have all kinds of anniversaries in our tradition, in our beautiful Buddhist tradition, to put markers that bring the mind back to thinking about, there's something bigger than me going on here. So in that regard, so today we can be thinking about all those who either have COVID or may be susceptible to it, or the families of those and those who have died, all the care workers, all those who have made vaccines, those in our various governments who are working on behalf of health for all sentient beings. And in a more formal way, as motivation, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And a third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we will spend just a brief amount of time reciting the Mani mantra, mantra of compassion, first visualizing if we have had the appropriate empowerment, dissolving into emptiness and arising as Buddha of compassion, or if we have not had those empowerments, to visualize small Buddha of compassion above the crown of our head, brilliant white light radiating infinite amounts of compassion, nectar and compassion down into our bodies, to all those around us. And we are surrounded by our father, our mother, all those who we are close to, all those who are our beloveds behind us, and then all strangers, and then coming forward, all those who may be a challenge to us, all having Chenrezig, little Chenrezigs above the crowns of their heads, radiating huge amounts of light down into all their bodies. So please recite at whatever pace is comfortable for you. And I will start, but then move into silence and come back in a little bit. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. And now we will do a meditation on the graduated path, containing all the important meanings. This is given to us by Georgia Chang Losang Jinpa. And I will pause just a little bit between each verse for us to digest a little bit more. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. In dependence upon that, Even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Every single one of these verses, this is not the prayer, this is my comment. Every single one of these verses is so rich with meaning, could be studied for months. Every single one of these verses. And to continue, independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset, even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. Now we recite a couple of verses and meditate on the Guru entering our hearts. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And some verses from Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant. May I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase and so forth. Great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth, and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And here we will move on to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. First, a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya Monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed the prayer that we will do in just a minute, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, independence upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled the Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And so here we will consider, meditate on this prayer. We will do 3 times. So here's the first time, the actual prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And once again, we will recite this prayer, liberating Sakya from disease, liberating all beings from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I will lead us in considering this prayer liberating Sakya from disease a third time, but first I will take a drink of tea. Oh, that's better. Thank you very much. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now I believe we have time. We will consider one more prayer given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This a request to pacify the fear of famine. And as the backstory from the colophon, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guided Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Please think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth. On this world's land of snows, on this world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties to the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life, free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Such beautiful prayers, powerful prayers. And now some dedication verses. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. May I cherish sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could attain the highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised at the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now we will seal the merits of this beautiful practice we've been doing with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And I'm so happy to see Vinod Damcha. How nice to see you this morning.
How are you?
Or this evening.
Lovely. No, it's morning here.
Yes.
Was it for you? It's evening for you, isn't it? Or is it?
No, it's morning. It's
morning.
morning.
Oh, yeah, you're just a few hours behind. Yeah.
You're in France. You're in You're in France still.
No, I'm back in the UK because I'm joining our Lead Center in January.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's just in time for all the restrictions that are coming in. But it's part and parcel of the thing in this world, isn't it? And yeah, but no, it's lovely to because we haven't crossed paths for a few weeks now, so it's lovely to see you.
Yes.
And yeah, so you okay? You needed a drink. You staying COVID and cold free, or
yes,
you keeping well?
Yes, my voice. Yes, I'm good. My voice is just a little husky this morning, but yeah, I'm good. And we've had teachings here every evening or day from Jado Rinpoche, who is now in at Land of Medicine Buddha in California.
Yes.
And so very beautiful teachings with translations by Venerable Steve Collier.
Yes, I think that was the last year when we spoke last, when you said Rinpoche was teaching.
Yes,
was it that day or the following day? So
he
yes,
was many days in New York at Sergey, the Sergey outpost that's here in New York. He was staying here, but now he's been teaching in California. Yes. So much energy he has. He goes here, there, everywhere, doing much teaching.
Yes, it's wonderful to get that energy from the teachers, isn't it? I mean, now that travel is a bit eased, travel restrictions have eased, well, for now anyway. You know, long may it last. I know that when Robina will be following from this one, she's back on the road, isn't she? So yes, it's going to be it's good to have them back out and share that energy with people face to face as well. So
yes.
But it's lovely to see you and always smiling. That's great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And you said something really, really nice, and I'm going to pick up on that. It's not that I pick up on it, it's like, no, look what Venerable was talking about. But I think it's so to the point. Was it before he did Santideva? You said, you know, the importance of connecting with the verses, or you know, the relevance of the verses, you know. And it's so true. It's so easy to just read through a text and say, okay, this is the prayer, I just recited that. But if we look at it, they're still relevant today, and making that connection. And, you know, even when we read, you know, certain chapters, there's sometimes certain paragraphs that just stick out because they just hit the mark, you know, in the circumstances. And it's so great that, you know, that so many of us feel that connection still, you know, and it's you know, and also depending on our mood, we can read it in different ways. But having, you know, the focus on this is what we're doing, this is what I'm doing, this is why I want to read this text, or why I want to quote this bit. And it's so true, you know, having that connection going, because that keeps us fresh and connected. So it's lovely you pointed that one out. Thank you very much indeed. I better crack on now.
All right.
When Robina has teachings to do this afternoon, I don't really want to eat in her time. So, Padre, lovely to see you. I hope to see you soon again. Thank you very much, Donatella. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. Hello, everyone who's following us on YouTube and either live or as a recording later. So thank you very much for all your time. And yeah, that was our dear Venerable Paryang from New York. And it's always a joy to see so many wonderful leads, you know, taking time out of their own schedule to lead these prayers for the benefit of all beings and to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes. So thank you very much to each and every one of you, both in the ordained community and also everyone who's following us online and giving us the support and encouragement to carry on. And we're heading towards week 75, which I think will be on Christmas Day. I have to just double check that. And so if we think about why we're here, so we take a moment just to take a few deep breaths. Just to calm the mind and clear the mind. And again, having an idea of why we are here. Why are we here in this session and at this particular time? What is our motivation? Is it because we're following Rinpoche's wishes and advice to carry out these practices and prayers? Are we having friends, family, or ourselves in a situation where there's sickness? Maybe we have friends, family, or we ourselves may be facing, you know, death in due course. Maybe we have lost someone just recently. Maybe we're just going through maybe we're going through difficult times given the uncertainty of the new variant of COVID. How much more can the employers take who rely on for our income? Or if we are self-employed, how much can we hold on financially to support those who depend on us or our families. There's so many pressures put upon us in these modern days, and with these continuous outbreaks of variants. But it can't rain all the time. At some point, the sun has to come through again, where all this will hopefully end. But then it's through these difficult times that we appreciate the good times more. We often forget how good we have it when everything's plentiful. We start taking things for granted. And at this time of the year, as the Christian calendar, prepares for Christmas, the birth of Jesus Christ, it's very easy to say it's just a Christian event. But if we think about it, we celebrate the birth of a Jew who then established Christianity. And we often hear that, there's this conflict between Christianity and Islam. But if we really, really, really take a little bit of time and are prepared to read that little bit further, we would actually appreciate that Mary and Jesus, Miriam and Isa, are actually referred to in the Quran. And I think it was Surah 19. And the birth of Jesus Christ is being discussed in similar ways as those as in the Bible. And our messages are not that dissimilar in many ways. As His Holiness reminds us, the core principle or the core message of any faith or religion is that of love and compassion. And faith is like a medicine. Some works for us, or is better for us than others. So we shouldn't criticize those whose faith is different to ours. Many of us who are here from the Western world are probably born within the Christian faith or Judean faith. Yet we have an interest in Buddhism, or we have converted to Buddhism. We see no problem with combining those two within our daily lives. So why should we be critical about other faiths? When the message is true, that first and foremost, we need to keep a moral compass that shows kindness and love to all beings. And as all beings are the same in wanting happiness, we can see ourselves as one large community, and it's in our common interest to ensure that peace prevails in this world. And that we do what we can from our end to ensure that peace can prevail and grow. But we need to start within ourselves, to change our own way of thinking, our own way of communicating, and our own way of acting, body, speech, and mind. And that may take a little while, because we're so used to being on the fence or making excuses for certain things, while we do things when we know we shouldn't. It's just a habit. As Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellent then is not an act, but a habit. So we can transform. And we can get on with other beings and other people. A lot of energy is wasted or invested to spread disharmony. Don't let that disharmony eat away on your humanity and on your compassion. Those who engage in these activities are suffering and need our compassion as well. So on that basis, let's consider the 3 levels of motivation. If you read them carefully, it says, today as much as possible, today, here, right now, while I am still alive, I will do whatever I can to the best of my ability, the best of my potential, my understanding. I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. And again, the more we practice wholesome actions, the easier they become, or the easier they get to carry out. So if we trip up, don't despair and give up. Just reflect, think about what went well, what didn't go well. What was the trigger? Could we foresee what was coming? And can we be prepared the next time to not engage in that unwholesome act? Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. We always think help as being a big, grand act that we have to save the world in one hit. And we think we're too small, and as His Holiness keeps reminding us, if you think you're too small, try sleeping with a mosquito. Little acts matter. A smile, offering somebody a seat on a bus who needs it. Checking on your neighbors, particularly during these difficult times of COVID. Holding a door open for someone. Acknowledging the homeless person. Acknowledge their suffering. Not get angry with those who may be shouting at you and being reactive to their pain, but appreciating that that anger, that shouting, the frustration comes from their pain. In the same way that we may not communicate as perfectly when we go through suffering and pain, yet we would expect others to understand that we didn't mean the way we said things. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. May we continue to practice compassion for the benefit of others, but may we also benefit ourselves by having compassion for ourselves, appreciating our limitations and how we can practice and extend those limitations. Think long term. The nice thing about these 3 levels is we can set them in the morning so that we know what we aim for during the day. And then we can reflect at lunchtime how we fared in the morning and tweak what needs tweaking and see how the afternoon fares. And in the evening, we can look back and compare the afternoon to the morning, see where we have made improvements and where we still need to work. And again, we set the motivation again in the morning, one day at a time, one moment at a time. We visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. If you have development initiation, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. Those of you who are following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone joining us being uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of the hat and filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. And as we're being filled with that purifying light, we can feel the benefits of having all the karmic ballast and grime and stench and taste and stains being removed from our system, revealing more and more of our true nature, our kind, compassionate Buddha nature. And if we look around, we can see all other sentient beings experiencing the same bliss. And again, we recognize that we're not that dissimilar. We all wish for happiness and a good, healthy, long life. And it's through the action of body, speech, and mind that we have contributed to the suffering of others and our own. And we acknowledge that and make the pledge to engage in wholesome actions from now on. And on that note, we invite Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies. And more of the negative karma is being removed, the delusions begin to glow, atom by atom, in the spaces between those atoms, until we start radiating light back to the Guru. And we share the light also with other Mother Sentient Beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We become one with the Guru, we become one with one another, we become one source of love and compassion for all. And like a bright beacon, we shine in the darkness, dispelling the darkness of samsara. And like a beacon, we guide those who try to find their way out of the darkness. Like a searchlight, we pick out those who aimlessly wander in the darkness so that we may lead them to liberation. So we start the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and others, and how you continue to be purified, how your body, speech, and mind are being purified. Mani padme hu, 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 mani padme hu. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. have acknowledged our faults through the actions of body, speech, and mind, and have made the pledge to from now on engage in wholesome activities. And having taken refuge in the Guru whilst reciting many mantras and exchanging ourselves with the Guru, may we visualize ourselves now as pure, and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, the liberating Sakya from disease. May we recite the prayer 3 times. May those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions, and those who are entering the bardo have a swift transition and a favorable rebirth. May those who are suffering hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships, and those be restored into a state of happiness that is free from suffering. We also have received a request from Ginny to include Peter Reynolds, who recently passed away this week. May you have a favorable rebirth. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from carbon.
Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm here.
Oh, bless you.
I can't hear you now. You're gone. Where's my sound?
Where's your sound? I don't know.
There you are. I can hear you now.
Bless you. Would you like to start a bit earlier because you have teachings to give?
Would I like what?
Would you like to start a bit earlier as you have teachings to give?
But my teacher, is it supposed? I'm supposed to start now, aren't I?
Oh, at 1. I've got 5 more minutes on my clock.
Oh, so sorry. I'm early.
That's perfectly all right. That's
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
I got the wrong time. I thought it was. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 7 minutes. You're right. I thought it was.
That's, but I
I'm sorry.
appreciate that if you have teachings to give and you want to start a bit earlier, you're more than welcome.
No, I'm happy. No, I'm fine. I've got the 1 hour. It's okay. I'm happy to do it. I'll come back in 7 minutes. I got the clock wrong.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
See you in 7 minutes. Bye, darling.
Oh,
Bye.
lovely. Oh, don't you just love that? Oh, how wonderful. I love this. I mean, this is, what a wonderful bunch of Sangha we have joining us here, and how fortunate we are to have so many wonderful, dedicated, leads. It's just beautiful. Okay, where were we? Okay, let's start the great prayer again. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not extend the harms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to slaughter, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Messiah of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And as Venerable Perling pointed out in her session, and the importance of thinking about and connecting with the verses that we recite. Think about where he says the 80,000 classes of interferers and the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly. What karma that puts upon them as well to keep in that cycle. Maybe have compassion for those as well. And the importance of taking the refuge in the Guru and the 3 jewels and the Dakinis and protectors. If we would have had a bit more time, we would have recited Tara mantras and protectors and guardians to join us. And we acknowledge the power of karma, the infallibility of karma and its results. So therefore, when we said, we've acknowledged that we have caused suffering through body, speech, and mind in the past, and that we wish to engage now in wholesome action to benefit others. The more we practice positive actions, the more perfection we gain on that, and the purer we become, and we transform to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names different beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as arms of ground splittings and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main prayer. Maybe dedicated to the long life and well-being of all other sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this and reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of our Gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And particularly, may we dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may we continue to benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. And may we be born in human form, that we at least can connect with his wonderful teachings and guidance. And may we see him be reunited with his people in Tibet soon. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his kind guidance has connected us as an international community of ordained Sangha through the medium of Zoom to be of benefit to other sentient beings, and has brought us much closer together, and also has been able to engage us on a much deeper level with everyone who's kind enough to join us through the medium of YouTube and Zoom or in Dharma centers. Thank you. Due to all these merits, may these virtuous actions, due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers for earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Chenrezig Thank you very much, everyone who's joined me through the session. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for your kind support, keeping us on the air for nearly 75 weekends. And thank you, everyone who's joining our dear, dear, venerable Rubina, who I know is on a tight schedule. So without further ado, are you here, venerable? Oh, I love it. Where's she gone? Anyway, I don't know while we're waiting for Venerable to come back on. Hello, Donatella, who's there? Hello, Louis. Hello, Patty. Nice to see you again. Hello, Carolyn. And where's she gone? Venerable Rubina. something happened. That's usually how it goes. You come on early and then you think you have time to do something. It happens to me. Chenrezig, do you know whether Rabina is trying to sign on?
Yeah, so she signed off a few minutes ago, so she'll probably be back.
Okay. So, well, anyway. So, yeah, lovely to have you all here. We're waiting for Venerable Rabina. It's, yeah, she's quite busy. She's enjoying the travels. So we're saying to Venerable Palyang, with all the teachers being free to travel again, it's wonderful to see that energy being shared again, to have the opportunity to meet these the teachers again in person and really get more of that energy and wisdom that they carry with them. And yeah, it's quite interesting that I think Venerable was not far from me the other week. Unbeknown to me, I found out on one of the posts. It was really interesting that we were only a few miles separated along the coastal stretch. And oh, there she is.
I'm here.
You're welcome back. You're on time. That's fine. Lovely to see you.
Thank you, kind. Thank you for kindly for changing my schedule as well.
That was easy. That was easy.
Good.
You know, I know you have a busy run around.
These days, yeah. I'm in Naples. I'm in Napoli.
Yes, and you were down Hastings the other week.
I was in Hastings
down the road.
I know exactly. And
you
now,
know,
but you can't tell. I've still got my Santa Fe background, so no one knows I'm away.
There you go. You know, keeps the burglars out.
Okay. Thank you, dear.
Well, I hand over to you. Much love. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Hello, people, kind people. Here we are to do this wonderful special practice. Patty, Caroline, Lou. Okay, from greetings from Napoli. It's chilly here and lots of rain. I haven't hardly had any rain in Santa Fe in a year and a half. It's very surprising to have rain sloshing around in my with my umbrella. And it's a bit cold here too. So anyway, greetings, everybody. Let's do our wonderful practice as usual. Okay. So we visualize our Lama. Okay, we visualize in front of us, we visualize Lama Chenrezig. Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, the Buddha of compassion. And he's in the white light body, radiant light. In the Bodhisattva style. This is the Bodhisattva style. He's got 4 hands. The first 2 at his heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel, they call it. And the last 2, the other 2 are held aloft, one holding a crystal rosary in his right hand and his left hand holding a white lotus. And like this style is of the Buddha is not like the monk. It's like this Bodhisattva style, like beautiful with silken clothes, radiantly beautiful, with his very sweet mouth, the kind of decorated beautifully with his hair held up and everything, like you see in the pictures. This 5-pointed crown, like a tiara, you know. And then he's sitting on a multicolored lotus. And on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk. We don't actually see those. They're like 2 flat cushions, and they represent wisdom and compassion. So then everything's radiant light in the sky in front of us. And if we have a spiritual teacher, a lama, a guru, a mentor, then it's then we think that it's their mind manifesting as Chenrezig for our benefit. Like this, you know. So really kind of feel the presence of the Buddha. So then we visualize all the suffering sentient beings. We visualize them, all of them in the form of humans, but actually all experience, which is the form they can get enlightened in, but in the form, but you also see them we imagine them experiencing all the sufferings of their own particular realms of existence, all the beings of the universe. So right in front, we think of them in terms of, I think, friends, enemies, and strangers, the objects of the three main delusions. So right in front, well, I mean, they're going to be everywhere. So right in front, you imagine that all the objects of your aversion, the people you don't like, people who've hurt you, harmed you, or you have fear of, sort of creatures and things. Then and you see them all right there in front, objects of your aversion. We label them enemies, although we don't use that word, but it's a good term. Those who upset you, who irritate you, who hurt you, who have hurt you, have upset you, right in front. Then to the left, we visualize the objects of our attachment, all our beloveds, the people we adore, to the left, right in front of us. And then to the right, all the so-called strangers, which is 99.99% of the universe. And who are they? Well, a stranger, by definition, is a person whom we neither hate or love. They're just kind of, we're indifferent to them. There's incredible indifference. And what's the logic for this? This is why it's quite shocking. The logic for why we are angry with some people is because they harm us, or we think they do harm to other people, so we have aversion for them. The logic, or the so-called logic, ego has no logic, but the so-called logic for why we see some people as beautiful is because they satisfy our needs. They do what our attachment wants. And the third category, the strangers, and they're to the right, in front of us as far as the horizon goes, to the left, the right, above, behind, and below, the whole universe full of all the strangers. Imagine this. And how would you feel about them? Is because they've neither harmed nor helped us. That's it, So it's really quite a self-centered way to see the world, but we so take it for granted. The whole world is like this. Nobody is different because we've all got the three poisons. We've all got attachment, aversion, and indifference, the function of ignorance. It's just the way the world is, because we've all got attachment, aversion, and ignorance. That's why we totally think it's normal. No one's surprised. But of course, we're trying to be bodhisattvas who would see them all as equal. Equal from the point of view of wanting to be happy, and from the point of view of wanting not to suffer. Absolutely everybody is equal from that point of view. So we're trying to think like that. So, all these suffering sentient beings, all in the form of all their own particular sufferings, all due to their past negative karma, all not knowing that they're the cause of their suffering, all thinking it's somebody else. So from our heart, from our wish, they all be free of suffering, so strongly wanting this. And in particular, of course, because we're thinking of those with, all these latest versions of this COVID-19, last version, the latest version, Delta, and now it's another one. It's constant arising of the negative karma of past killing, because that's what it is. That's the result. This is the result of that sickness, ill health and sickness, the environmental result of past killing. So with such compassion, all these sentient beings, we see Lama Chenrezig. As we take refuge, we see Lama Chenrezig sending out radiant beams of this light, of blissful, blissful light beams to all these suffering people. Totally, and we all, as we say, as we recite the refuge little prayer together, the thoughts, the refuge prayer, the aspiration. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. So Lama Chenrezig, I forgot to say, but he continues to send this radiant, he continues to send radiant beams of white light from the white Om at his brow, okay? The white Om at his brow sends out and enters into every single one of us, enters into our brow and completely is purifying all the suffering of the body and then all the karmic causes that haven't yet ripened as suffering. We've got to get rid of those. So we imagine all of this being purified with every single one of us by this radiant white light filling us. As we recite the mantra a few times, really meditate on that, concentrate, want them to be free of suffering, want them to be free of suffering. This white light filling everyone, completely annihilating all the suffering itself, the sickness, etc., and the causes, the past causes that haven't yet ripened. We've got to get ahead of the game, got to get that out of the way before they ripen. This white light filling all of us so powerfully as we sing the mantra and recite silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Strongly visualizing, strongly wanting as we recite silently. Remember, if we recite even slightly loud, the people, the sentient beings around us can also hear it and be blessed. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So as we continue to visualize, never stopping, we say now these verses, make all these aspirations. This is what really prayers mean, you know, very commonly Tibetan Buddhist, prayers are aspirations, you know, and may this, may that happen, may this happen. And as you know, as Lama Zopa says, everything exists on the tip of the wish. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, but like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. It seems, all these different types of beings. I mean, we read ages ago what they are, but they're all just, there's so many kinds of beings, these are it says graha spirits, bhutas, but they're all really in the spirit realm, I think. They're all beings, not like animals or humans. You can't see them. All kinds of beings who, due to a lot of suffering, are born in these realms and who then have a lot of negativities or harm beings, just in the same way as humans harm others. Then this is also the thing in the Tibetan medical system that, diseases are also calmed by these disembodied beings who can affect us. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. The compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So Lama Chenrezig continues unstoppingly sending this white light, only wanting to benefit sentient beings, only wanting to help take away their suffering. So we imagine this so happily, the white light pouring out from the white ornament, Lama Chenrezig's brow that enters the brows of every single being, annihilating all their suffering, annihilating it completely, imagining them can be completely free of this pain and suffering of COVID and all the variations and all the other suffering that just tortures many, many beings, especially the animals, They have no doctors. They can't get a Band-Aid. They just live in terrible, terrible pain. All this pain alleviated, all this suffering, all this sickness. And then also, of course, purifying all the karmic seeds from the countless past actions that haven't yet ripened as suffering. We must get ahead, must purify those before it ripens as suffering. All of this so happily, all the beings in the universe, enemies, friends, and strangers, and ourselves, filling all of us completely with this radiant white nectar and white light, purifying us totally. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now, why don't we now visualize the red light? First of all, visualize all the bodies, all the beings totally pure of sickness, full of this blissful white light. And now Lama Chenrezig so happily sends radiant beams of red light from the red R at his throat. Imagine that. And it now, imagine this powerful red beams go out and enter into our throats, every single throat of all the beings of the universe, this time purifying all the karmic results of negative speech, which is experienced by all beings, but created by humans mostly, but by the result of past karma. Animals experience it as well. So there's all the 4 kinds of karma. All karmas have 4 results: environmental result, the experience similar to the cause, which is the way we're seen and treated by others, very personal, our own tendencies, and then the actual type of rebirth we have. So we imagine purifying all the suffering results of negative speech, like, as humans, especially very painful when people don't believe us. This is the fruit of past lying. If people think we're being very harsh and unkind, when in fact we're not, that actually is the fruit of past harsh speech, past lives. If people don't value your words, this is one that's very painful. It's because of just rabbiting on about nothing. It's useless nonsense talk, past lives, People don't value your speech. If there's like environmental result of, say, harsh speech, is nothing grows. You're born in a desert, So all the environment, the way it is the fruit of our past actions. All the way we're seen by others, the fruit of our past actions. All our tendencies, the fruit of our past actions. The whole world is the creation, of our past actions, good and bad. So imagine all this suffering purified, full of this blissful red nectar, red light. All the suffering of sentient beings purified, and especially also the purifying all the karmic imprints from past negative speech, lying, harsh speech, rabbiting on about nothing, and disharmonious speech, behind backs. All of this purified totally before these other ones, before they ripen in the future as suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Full of this blissful red light. Be so happy for sentient beings. Want it to be this way. Imagine it this way. Free of all the suffering of speech. Now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends radiant beams of blue light from the blue hung at his heart. And this enters into the hearts of all beings in the center of our chest, filling every single one of us, and this time purifying the root cause of all the problems, our negative states of mind, the ego grasping that clings to the self, the attachment to get what that self wants, the aversion and drama and anger and fears when it doesn't, and all the other delusions, all of which are not at the core of our being and thus can be purified. That's Buddha's amazing findings. So we visualize this blue light filling every one of us. I'm so delighted for sentient beings to free them of all their suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we recite again these verses, and this time again we visualize the white light coming and purifying the bodies of all the sickness and the suffering and the COVID-19 and the Delta and whatever that latest one is, Omicron or something. And who knows what will come in the future. Just the heavy karma of past killing. It's the environmental karma. Environmental karma is the way the physical world impacts upon us. And it takes the longest to ripen. It can be over millions of years, you know. The karmic actions of all the sentient beings on this planet. We've all collectively got this karma, haven't we? The whole world has got this. So all the millions of humans on this planet, from collective karma killing in the past, a long time, even manifests in the way that the physical environment impacts upon us. So in this case, it's human beings in particular, isn't it? Harming each other. It's so fascinating. Other humans breathe on us, spit on us, we get sick. So the humans in this context, from this karma, the humans are part of the environment. So just touching each other. I mean, this is quite heavy karma, you know, even our beloveds, we die by kissing our beloveds, you know. It's very sad. It's heaviness of the past killing. Long time. It takes the longest one to ripen, it seems, you know. So anyway, here we are again, visualizing, purifying all of this. wanting all of this to stop for all suffering sentient beings, that they're alleviated of their pain and suffering. And the karmic causes of past killing, from past killing, that they purify them before they ripen. With this prayer, with these strong thoughts, we have this wish. And Lama Chenrezig sending all the white light to all the sentient beings entering their brow, filling us all completely with this white light. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher needing an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life, from the due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000, by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings. I probably said it already, but I forget. As though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Jakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig giving us all the blessings. We imagine we purified all the body, speech, and mind. Now we get the blessings of body, speech, and mind. So as we continue to recite the mantra, you imagine Lama Chenrezig happily, happily, happily sending radiant white lights from his brow, this time filling us, and now filling us with the blessings of having a body. You imagine even just this body, not capable of harming. Can you imagine all the bodies on the planet, not capable of harming, only benefiting each other? I mean, what a miracle. Imagine this, for everybody full of this blissful potential to only benefit sentient beings. So we think that this body of ours, whoever sees us, touches us, smells us, tastes us, listens to us, may they only be benefited. But not only that, may we imagine all the countless future bodies when we're Buddha, all of our countless bodies we can manifest into only benefit sentient beings. Imagine full of this marvelous power. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now imagine Lama Chenrezig so happily sends the red light from his throat into our throats, and now blessing, because we purified all the negative speech. We now imagine it with the power of speech. This is the main gift of the Buddha, such that every sound we utter is of benefit to whoever hears it. That's the power of the Buddha. Imagine we have that power of speech. Whoever hears whatever word we say, even saying good morning, it benefits who hears it. Can you imagine? Full of this marvelous potential. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Filling all sentient beings, same. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig so happily sends the blue light from the blue hole in his heart, entering our hearts, everyone in the universe. And this time now we achieve liberation. All the delusions are gone. What else is there? Wisdom, clarity, virtue, goodness, kindness, and the bonus, bliss. We've got to realize this: happiness, blissful feelings, joyful feelings, happy feelings are the direct result of virtuous thoughts and actions. This is Buddha's teaching. So think now we've only got virtues and we're only blissful. How amazing. All sentient beings experiencing bliss. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. The blue light coming from the heart. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now Lama Chenrezig sends all three together: white to the throat, brow, blue, red to the throat, blue to the heart. This time we all turn into Chenrezig now. We become a Buddha and we all turn into Chenrezig. Imagine every being in the universe, in front, behind, below, the sides, everywhere, turn into Chenrezig. How amazing. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 All these countless billions of Chenrezigs. And now Lama Chenrezig, I mean, I'm doing it back to front, I think, never mind. We imagine now Chenrezig in front of us just coming to our crowns. And all of us, he dissolves into us. So now we become Chenrezig, everybody. All the trillions of Chenrezigs. And now you visualize all of them dissolving into light and absorbing into us. And then we imagine dissolve, and then we imagine our consciousness pervades the universe. Try and imagine we kind of expand to fill the universe, completely blissful, completely compassionate, completely wise. Just for a minute, imagine that. No thoughts, no thoughts. It was vast as space. And then we dedicate, thinking here, who we've been this whole hour, as long as we've been here, all these countless thoughts we've had, how amazing, all this visualizing, all these mantras, so much virtue. We should be so happy, so delighted, all these billions of karmic seeds planted in our mind. And we make this aspiration that we become a Buddha exactly as we visualized, so we can really be of benefit to all sentient beings as a result of this work today. And may bodhicitta grow and grow and grow in the hearts of all. And may all our holy lamas, Lama Chenrezig himself, His Holiness, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our holy lamas, all our spiritual guides, may they all live long, long, long lives. May we live a long life, so we can be of benefit as well. And that's it. And there's Venerable Ciliana. Sweetheart, I can't see you. Ciliana.
Hello.
Hello, dearest one. Greetings from Napoli, Ciliana. I'm in Napoli.
Wow, you like it? It's a very nice city.
I like it, yes.
It's a beautiful city, actually.
I like it. I know, I like it. I like it here. It's very good.
It's very nice.
Tomorrow I go to Rome.
Then
France.
Ah, you're good. You're retreated there.
I'm coming to the Institute in February.
You passed through the Institute?
In February.
Ah, okay. Yes, in February, then I'll be with you.
Yes, good. That's right. So he will be my Italian voice.
Exactly.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you. Thank you. Ciao. Enjoy Napoli then. Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supportive us. They've been supportive very much in 73 weeks now. And they help us to fulfill the wish and the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche to completely pacify the mind of all the sentient beings during this time that is very difficult for many of us, and for all the people that are sick, so all the people that they have mental problem. And particularly for me, it's very important to think about all the kids, the children that they are experiencing incredible separation among themselves, and all the division that are in the mind of the people, and then separation and so forth. That we are human beings, that we really need to be together. We are kind of social animals, so we really need to eliminate all the barrier. Anyway, thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute people, and thank you very much also to Venerable Damtro that has been supportive us in these weeks in organizing all these different sessions. So thank you to people that are listening, and now I'm going to do the session in Italian, so you can follow, and because for you, maybe hearing the Italian sound is kind of, people say that we speak like chanting. It's not really true, but anyway, it sounds like that a little bit. Anyway, so you are very welcome to stay, but we're going to do the session in Italian now. Ok, prima di tutto ho voluto ringraziare le persone del Chenrezig Institute che ci hanno aiutato, che ci sostengono da 73 settimane. Senza il loro aiuto, il loro supporto non saremmo stati in grado di portare a termine, di soddisfare quelli che sono stati i consigli di Lama Zopa Rinpoche per calmare, pacificare la mente degli esseri viventi, in particolare per calmare la mente di tutte le persone che soffrono, sia a livello fisico sia a livello mentale, e particolarmente io vorrei pensare un attimo a tutti quanti i bambini che stanno veramente sperimentando una separazione incredibile dai loro compagni di scuola, non si possono guardare in faccia, una sofferenza incredibile, non possono fare più nulla se non attraverso il computer, e quindi c'è veramente una grandissima sofferenza, tantissima sofferenza. Le persone che sperimentano la depressione sono ancora più depresse in questo periodo, c'è un abuso esagerato di alcol, droghe e psicofarmaci. I psicofarmaci, e poi c'è tantissima violenza nelle famiglie, e anche i ragazzi che non riescono a sfogarsi, ne combinano di tutti i colori. Veramente un periodo veramente molto difficile per tante persone, e noi siamo estremamente fortunati in questo periodo che abbiamo la possibilità di cambiare la nostra attitudine mentale, utilizzare quello che abbiamo imparato attraverso i nostri maestri per cambiare la mente, e cambiarla nel senso di far sì che le emozioni distruttive, che i pensieri disturbanti non prevalgano nella nostra mente, ma di far maturare, nutrire quelli che sono la nostra natura fondamentale, che è amorevole gentilezza, come diceva la Maesce. La nostra natura fondamentale come esseri umani è la gentilezza, l'amorevole gentilezza. Quindi è qualcosa che noi abbiamo detto, infatti noi apprezziamo quando vediamo delle persone gentili, e quando siamo in presenza dei nostri maestri sentiamo questa gentilezza incredibile, e quella che sentiamo è quella che abbiamo dentro di noi, semplicemente dobbiamo renderla manifesta, semplicemente dobbiamo coltivarla, nutrirla e farla diventare la motivazione portante di tutte quante le nostre azioni. Questa è la cosa importante che noi dovremmo fare, e quindi la gentilezza che noi sentiamo è quella che è già dentro di noi, non la gentilezza di Sua Santità Dalai Lama o di altri maestri, non la possiamo sentire perché loro non ce la possono trasmettere, quindi quella che noi sentiamo è già quella che abbiamo noi, solo dobbiamo renderla manifesta, dobbiamo renderla attiva, sempre presente, ok? Questo è veramente molto importante. Quindi ora cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione per questa pratica che noi ci impegniamo a fare ora. Ci mettiamo seduti comodamente, con la spina dorsale dritta. Non ha importanza se siamo seduti con le gambe incrociate o semplicemente seduti su una sedia, teniamo i piedi appoggiati per terra. Lasciamo andare tutte quante le tensioni dal capo, lasciamo andare le tensioni dalle spalle e da tutto il corpo. Lasciamo andare le tensioni, lasciamo andare i pensieri. E piano piano diventiamo consapevoli dello spazio che occupa il nostro corpo. Poi portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Osserviamo il respiro che entra e il respiro che esce. Prendiamo atto che abbiamo la capacità di portare l'attenzione al respiro in quanto siamo esseri umani e possediamo questa intelligenza discriminativa che è in grado di discernere, è in grado di riconoscere quando ci distraiamo, è in grado di riuscire a concentrarsi e possiamo riconoscere che questo corpo umano dipende da moltissime cause e condizioni, in particolare il risultato di azioni costruttive che abbiamo costruito, che abbiamo praticato o che abbiamo fatto nelle nostre vite passate. Aver praticato la moralità di non aver ucciso, quindi aver protetto la vita degli altri. Aver praticato la generosità grazie alla presenza degli altri. Aver praticato la pazienza grazie a quegli esseri che ci hanno causato che ci causavano dei problemi. E grazie a tutte queste azioni positive che abbiamo compiuto, abbiamo avuto come risultato questo corpo umano. E ora, oggi, siamo ancora vive, in quanto la nostra vita è stata protetta dai pericoli innumerevoli volte quando eravamo piccoli. E tutto quello che abbiamo, tutto quello che usiamo, tutto quanto, dalla casa in cui viviamo, i vestiti che indossiamo, il cibo che mangiamo, tutto quanto deriva dal lavoro, dallo sforzo, dall'impegno e anche dalla vita stessa di innumerevoli altri esseri viventi. Possiamo cercare di estendere questo pensiero il più vasto possibile, riconoscendo come effettivamente tutto quello che noi abbiamo viene dagli altri. Quindi generiamo un profondo sentimento di gioia, di compiacimento per tutto quello che abbiamo, quasi come se il nostro corpo non ci appartenesse, da quanto è il risultato del lavoro degli altri o dell'esistenza degli altri. Anche le qualità di amore e compassione che possiamo sviluppare dipendono dal fatto che esistono gli altri. Quindi con la motivazione di impegnarci in questa pratica per il beneficio di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi e di riuscire a condurli allo stato dell'illuminazione. Con questa motivazione ci impegniamo in questa pratica. Quindi generiamo veramente la forte intenzione di non volerci più coinvolgerle con le emozioni disturbanti. Generare un profondo sentimento di volersi allontanare, separare completamente da tutte le emozioni distruttive. Avendo compreso che effettivamente sono la causa di tutta la nostra sofferenza e la sofferenza degli altri. E con una grande fiducia nel Buddha, negli insegnamenti del Buddha, visualizziamo Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi, o Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o qualsiasi maestro che ci faccia entrare in contatto con quelle che sono le nostre qualità fondamentali di amorevole gentilezza e compassione. Quindi proprio con la profonda fiducia che effettivamente potremo ottenere lo stato di Buddha, separandoci completamente da tutti quanti i nostri difetti mentali. Dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio, e prendere rifugio vuol dire proprio sviluppare questa protezione nell'avere la nostra mente completamente un tutt'uno con le attitudini mentali positive. E appena le emozioni negative sorgono, assolutamente essere in grado di non farsi coinvolgere. E pensare alle qualità dei nostri maestri, e in quel momento noi proteggiamo noi stessi dalle emozioni distruttive. Quindi visualizziamo Chenrezig di fronte a noi, o Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa, qualsiasi maestro che vi ispiri queste qualità. Visualizziamo della luce che viene dal cuore di Guru Chenrezig, entra dentro di noi, pervade completamente il nostro corpo, eliminando completamente tutte le oscurazioni, tutti quanti gli ostacoli. Così nel nostro corpo e nel corpo di tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi che sono intorno a noi. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente Dharmakaya. Ora, mentre recitiamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, pensiamo che il nostro corpo viene completamente purificato da tutte quante le impronte mentali negative, particolarmente le impronte mentali negative che abbiamo accumulato con le azioni del corpo. Immaginiamo luce bianca che entra e purifica completamente tutte quante le nostre negatività. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Money per you, 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 money per me. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo, che è un'emanazione di Chenrezig. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato. Separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri degli archini, dei protettori dei dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e infallibilità del karma. I suoi risultati possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti gradi, alle malattie, dai bhuta degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendere e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei archini, dei protettori dei dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze annose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che prevedono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendere e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri degli archini, dei protettori del dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo la preghiera per pacificare dal pericolo delle armi. E secondo me questa è una preghiera molto importante in questo particolare momento. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, compassionevole, sublime e trascendente che osserva tutto, vittoriosa di Agriva, Irato, Tara, completamente pura e così via. E solo sentire i vostri nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione, per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi, del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni, sono tormentati da sofferenze intense di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrano nel continuo mentale di qualcuno e lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra, d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa e effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del Guru, divinità sigillo della mente, dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica. Tutte le nostre azioni partono tutte quante con l'intenzione e con la generazione di una buona motivazione, poi c'è la pratica effettiva e poi alla conclusione della pratica c'è sempre la parte della dedica, ovvero di dedicare l'energia positiva che si è accumulata affinché porti come risultato lo stato dell'illuminazione. Così in questo modo non viene sprecata e non viene dispersa, e finché non avremo ottenuto lo stato dell'illuminazione questa energia positiva non verrà sprecata, è come sigillata. Quindi per realizzare bodhicitta, possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere, inchino all'ancora generata e possa la mente che ci è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e cause, effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, e questi due sono mutualmente complementari, non contraddittori. Dedichiamo per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa chiunque mi vede, mi sente, mi ascolta, si ricorda di me, entra in contatto con me, possa in quel preciso istante sperimentare soltanto gioia e benessere. Possa questo diventare la causa per quella dell'essere, generare un pensiero positivo che lo porti alla sua futura ultima illuminazione. Possa essere un porta fortuna per chiunque mi incontri, possa la mente e la grande compassione maturare nella mente di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, in particolare nella mente dei leader del mondo. Possa la mia presenza ovunque io vada essere causa di pace e armonia. Per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico possa in tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Poi per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onora i tre sublimi, Salvatore mio degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Così si conclude l'altra sessione in italiano, e la prossima sessione in italiano sarà alle 19 e poi un'altra alle 19:30. E quindi ora vi ringrazio tutti quanti di aver partecipato, e noi ci possiamo vedere il prossimo sabato, probabilmente alle 8:30. Comunque potete avere informazioni riguardo agli orari seguendo il canale Dharma in italiano su Telegram. Potete iscrivervi. E poi martedì sera avrà un incontro con il centro Chenrezig, per cui se volete informazioni potete contattare il centro studi Chenrezig di Bologna. Ok, Ron. Hello.
Hello, Venerable Ziliana.
Hello.
How are you today?
Good, very good. This for me is afternoon. You just wake up, right?
Right. Yep. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Exactly. Fantastic. Nice to see you. I
Nice
missed
to
you
see
the
you.
other. You were not at the meeting the other day, right?
I must not have been.
No, you're not. So you will be able to attend the next meeting at on what is Wednesday, I think.
Wednesday or Friday. I don't know. I have to
Okay.
look at my calendar. So I've been
Okay.
busy.
Everything okay? Yeah, good.
Everything's good.
Fantastic. Okay. Have a nice session, dear. And see
Thank
you
you.
next time. Ciao.
Okay.
Thank you to all the people that have attended, and ciao, ciao, Carol French. Okay, bye, ciao Laura, ciao Donatella, ciao Patti Hansen, and bye. Have a nice session. Ciao, ciao.
Good morning, Patty. So, okay. Hi, Carol. Oh. So back to English. Sorry, folks, but there we go. So for those of you who just joined in, let's take a moment to settle our minds into this practice, into sitting here. Our efforts to fulfill the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who so kindly has given us kind guidance on how we might be able to benefit all the suffering sentient beings during this time of this pandemic. So imagine that while you're sitting here, you're surrounded by all the sentient beings, wherever they are, sitting in human form. Your mother of this life on your left, your father of this life on your right, all your loved ones close behind you, your Dharma community, all your friends, all their loved ones, and all the people of your life that help you have food, have clothing, have cars, devices, all the different ways you're connected to sentient beings who are helping you. And then all those sentient beings you have some difficulty with, they're in front of you. And we're doing these prayers on the behalf of all these sentient beings who suffer just like you do. And imagine in the space in front, a large jeweled throne arises. On top of this throne, on top of the lotus, sun, and moon seats, sits the essence of your own gurus, and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Ukanisha on the top of his head, one face, two arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are all the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, host of dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings is a faultless throne, supporting the dharma explained by them in the form of text, having the nature of light. So try to really feel the presence of holy beings, of your teachers, right here in front of you, in front of all the sentient beings. They lovingly gaze upon us with only compassion in their hearts. Ready in an instant, when we create the cause to benefit us, to guide us to the state without sorrow. With this image in mind, try to generate your whatever knowledge you have of the good qualities of the Buddha, of the teachers of enlightened beings, of the Dharma and of the Sangha. Now we'll recite the motivation for the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. So we're leading all these sentient beings in refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that all the beings in the refuge field dissolve into light and absorb upwards into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, who comes to the crown of our heads, facing the same direction as we are. For there are countless sentient beings with countless Shakyamuni Buddhas above the crown of their heads. Oh, infinite light rays. Shakyamuni Buddha sends radiating light through the crown of our heads, purifying all the causes of suffering. Then sends radiating gold light, filling us with all the causes of happiness. The Buddha then dissolves into light, enters the crown of our head, comes down to our heart chakra, where he resides at our heart. Enjoy this feeling, being one with Shakyamuni Buddha, filled with all his qualities. So now in the space in front arises thousand-armed Chenrezig. He's the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. Stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful, and adorned with magnificent jewels. While we're reciting the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize these rays of light from Chenrezig's heart, absorbing into all sentient beings wherever they are. So bring to mind your feeling of being surrounded by all sentient beings who are suffering just like we are, particularly those who are suffering from this pandemic right now, either because they're sick themselves or because they're helping someone who is ill, and all the various ways that there are suffering sentient beings, those suffering from the elements of the wildfires and floods and famine. And just think, we're doing this on all of their behalf to help us reach enlightenment so we'll know exactly how to help all suffering sentient beings. We're doing this to engage the activities of enlightened beings to benefit all suffering sentient beings in this moment. So we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum for about 5 minutes, visualizing these healing rays of light, bringing everything that the suffering sentient beings need in this moment for all temporary and ultimate happiness. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani. Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme. So rejoice in your efforts. Rejoice in the enlightened activities of Chenrezig and all the enlightened beings. We'll dedicate any merits that we may have accumulated, that all enlightened beings, all from all the virtues, this life, since beginningless time, and even those in the future, because we can be 100% certain they will exist. So we're dedicating him on behalf of all those suffering from the pandemic, those in the bardo, for suffering sentient beings everywhere. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now imagine that Chenrezig is extremely pleased with us, dissolves into light, absorbing into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. Since our teachers advise us that we never have to be skimpy with our dedications. So we'll continue. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Now to seal these dedications so that they do not get destroyed by anger, non-virtues, so that they don't exhaust until all sentient beings have become enlightened, have reached the state beyond sorrow. To recall emptiness, that we're empty of inherent existence, empty of existing from our own side. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist, but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, if needed, by myself alone. So now we can rejoice in our efforts to fulfill the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and our offering of practice is the greatest offering. So for the long, healthy, happy life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long, happy, healthy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much. Hello, Venerable Carol.
Hi, Venerable Tendrin. How are you?
I'm just fine. It's good to see you
Nice to
this
see you.
morning. So
Yes,
everything
yes,
going well out there in California?
yes, everything's fine. And how are you doing?
Just fine. You know, it's
Yeah.
warm in Florida.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a little chilly here this morning. The heat just went on. I'm like, oh, Florida sounds good.
Yeah. This is sort of the perfect time of year to be in Florida. So,
Oh, I know.
all right.
Well,
Thank you.
much and take care.
You too. Hi, Patty. Hi, Carol.
So, good morning, everyone. And let's see. I have to say, not sure this. Never done that before. That's kind of strange. I think I just pinned myself. Anyway, I wanted to just thank everyone for being here and hope that all's going well. And yeah, this is the next session of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, which is this prayer-a-thon we've been doing for so long now, over a year. And I know there are great benefits, certainly have been for me, just taking part in it. So a big thanks to IMI, to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for requesting us or suggesting that we do this, advising us, giving us his wonderful teachings on this. And then also to Chenrezig Institute for making it happen like clockwork. And to all the Sangha who participate, and all of you who come to the Zoom room, and all the students on YouTube, thank you so much. And I thought, yeah, I'm a little disoriented this morning, but that's good reason to kind of start with a little centering meditation to just quiet the mind and set our motivation. So let's just take a moment to do that. Just checking your posture. If you're seated on a chair or cushion, it doesn't matter, but just Make sure your back is straight. You can imagine your spine is like a stack of coins. Just feel very stable, kind of planted on your cushion or chair. And just breathing at a comfortable pace, neither too deeply or too lightly. Turn the attention to the breath. The sensation of your breath at your nostrils as you breathe. Or perhaps the rise and fall of your chest, whichever is more prominent for you. And just let the attention rest there for a moment. And then to just help relax the body a bit more, let's just do a quick body scan, starting with the crown of the head. And as you bring your attention to each area of your body, just feel the tension leaving, all the stress going. So relax the corners of your eyes, your jaw, your mouth, your neck. Relax your shoulders. Just make sure they're down. We hold them up often just unconsciously. So just make sure they're relaxed. Then just breathe in very slowly. Hold the breath for a second or two. And then exhale very slowly. Also letting go of the tension there. So just relaxing your chest, your belly, your hips. Relax your thighs, your calves, your ankles, and your toes. Just feel the body relaxed and the mind alert, is gently placed on the breath. And then to make this action, this time most beneficial, let's turn our attention to our motivation. It's remembering that the highest, the best motivation is that of bodhicitta, the wish to attain enlightenment to benefit all beings. This is how we can best help others and ourselves. So just thinking, just as I wish to be free of suffering, to have lasting happiness, so does each and every sentient being. And then remembering our interdependence. Everything I have comes from sentient beings. I might think I'm very separate, but in fact, I rely on others for food, for clothing, for everything that I have, for shelter, for companionship. We are not solitary beings. So just remembering the kindness of our mothers, our fathers, our families, our friends. And letting our hearts go out to everyone who's suffering right now, wishing them to be free of suffering. There's so much pain and difficulty around COVID, around just the demands, the pandemic for the past 2 years. So just generating compassion, wish to relieve that suffering, the wish for happiness. And then really making this determination that I really want to achieve enlightenment. I want to follow this path laid out by the Buddha so that I might be of most benefit to every single sentient being. So keeping this thought in mind of bodhicitta, we'll start with the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Just letting these words rest on your mind. Thinking about them. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So with this, keeping in mind this bodhicitta motivation, let's imagine sitting in a meadow, a lovely green area. It's very peaceful. You can imagine your friends and family to either side of you. And then extending around in a big circle and then off to the horizon are all sentient beings seated comfortably, all in human form. And everyone just sitting very harmoniously. It's a very pleasant, peaceful place. And in the center, this thousand-armed Chenrezig, just radiating white light, just looking at all sentient beings, this love and compassion. And as we recite the mantra, imagine that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's heart, coming to the crown of your head, the crown of each and every sentient being. Just begin, this radiant white light begins filling our bodies, just entering our crowns, filling us with this compassionate energy of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani, excuse me, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. We can use this opportunity, this recitation, to really purify all of our negative actions, negative speech, negative thoughts, just overall our lives. Just thinking, generating regret, like when I think of it, when I think of the negative things I've done, just wishing I hadn't done those, and coming to this kind of purification, not with a sense of guilt or, lessening of our self-esteem and who we are, but realizing this was like a mistake. It was a bad choice. So just regretting those actions, regretting the harm that arises from them. So just thinking, may I eliminate all of the effects of these negative actions, because with every thought, word, and action, we're creating karma. Sometimes it's positive karma, do something that's beneficial. Sometimes it is neutral, and sometimes it has negative effects. We create the cause of suffering when our actions, our words, our thoughts are non-virtuous, when they're unkind, when they're harmful. So just thinking in this way to really purify all of this baggage that I have. And I'm doing this by taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, by generating regret. Just not only, but just for all the things I've done in this life, all of the negativities in our minds, in our hearts, the harm we've given. And its harm is not only to others, but to ourselves as well. And then reciting this mantra, just putting our faith in Chenrezig, in this power of compassion. So this purification is really about our own minds. It's about changing our minds, so transforming them.